Testing. There we go. This meeting is now called to order. Public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the South Carolina Board of Funeral Service Office, Synergy Business Park, King Street Building, and on the board website, provided to all requesting parties, organizations, and news media in compliance with Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. May we stand together for the Pledge of Allegiance. May be seated. Let us take a few minutes to look over the agenda, and upon your finish looking, Chair will accept the motion to approve.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded for the approval of the agenda. Are there any questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposers have the same option, and it is so ordered. Oh, before we go any further, this is the South Carolina State Board of Funeral Services meeting. And my name is Douglas Hawkins, and I am the vice chair. We will have the introduction of all members very, very shortly. At this point, the chair will accept a motion to move into executive session for just a few minutes for legal advice.
Mr. Vice President, I'll make a motion we go into executive session.
A second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we go into executive session to receive legal advice. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option. And okay, we will move. that we come out of executive session. Are there any questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposers have the same option. It is so. To the public that no, we went into executive session to receive legal advice. No motions nor decisions were made in executive session. Next on the agenda. The purpose of the Board of Funeral Service is to protect the public through the regulation of funeral service and cremation licensees. The Board also investigates complaints and conducts an application and disciplinary hearings in accordance with state statutes. Again, is Douglas Hawkins, and I am the Vice President of the South Carolina Board of Funeral Directors, Board of Funeral Service, and I'm from Florence, South Carolina. We will now have the introduction of board members. Would you start to my left, please?
Jim Cox, Williamston.
Randall Lee Calcutt Jr., Florence, South Carolina.
Barry Watson, Conway, South Carolina.
Herbert Edwards, Spartanburg, Greenville, South Carolina.
B. Rampy, Greer, South Carolina.
Stony Backman, Norway, South Carolina.
Taylor, Chesterfield, South Carolina.
Al Dickerson, Goose Creek, South Carolina.
All staff members, please.
Duncan, Advice Counsel to the Board.
Madeline Mickens, Board Executive.
Alexis Bell, Office Disciplinary Counsel.
Otis Richardson, Administrative Coordinator.
Renee Young, Lead Investigator, OIE.
April Howe, Program Manager for Inspections, OIE.
All other persons who are attending the meeting, would you please stand and introduce yourselves? Thank you for your introductions and welcome to this board meeting. Next on the agenda is approval of excused absence. Do we have any absences on the board?
Mr. Wright is not here today.
Chair will accept a motion on that behalf.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we don't approve this absentee of Mr. Wright.
Second.
It has been moved by Brother Watson and seconded by Mr. Dickerson that the absence of Mr. Wright is not approved or not excused. All of those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option, and it is so ordered. Are there any absences of our IRC members?
Yes, we had two.
Do you have any information on why on those absences?
No, I do not.
Chair will accept a motion on this behalf.
Before a motion is made, which IRC members were absent, please?
Mr. Crawford and Mr. Gray.
What is the board's pleasure?
Chair, I make a motion, we approve their absences.
I second this motion.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we excuse the absences of Mr. Crawford and Mr. Gray. Mr. Crawford and Mr. Gray, all of from who are IRC members. Tongue-tied this morning, please forgive me. All of those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option, and it is ordered. Let us take a few minutes and peruse the minutes of December 3rd and December 4th board minutes.
Mr. Vice President, I make a motion that we accept the minutes as read.
Second.
Hold just one second. I just saw something in the minutes. I think it's a very small item, but we probably need to go ahead and, I see it now. That's all right. There was one place on the minutes that they said that the next board meeting would be February the 18th. And then I see on the 4th, on December the 4th, I think it would be February, it's February the 8th. It corrected itself. It has been moved and properly seconded that we accept the minutes as read. All of those, are there any questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposers have the same option. And it is ordered that our minutes are accepted. Moving on. We're now ready for our staff reports, beginning with the Board Executive Report, followed by the Office of Inspections Report, Office of Investigation and Enforcement Report, the Investigative Review Conference Report, and also the Office of Disciplinary Counsel Report. In that order, please.
Good morning, board members. In your packet, you have a report that shows your licensee totals, and the change of manager report also shows running list of manager changes that we've had. It shows a list of name changes, location changes, and also change of ownerships. So just for your review, that's in your report. And just for information, as you do know, this year is a renewal year. Renewals. All licenses will expire on June the 30th of this year. We have scheduled the renewals to open on April the 1st, so that gives a little bit of a extra time for licensees to get their licenses renewed. And we have already started sending out the email verifications to licensees so they can go ahead and verify their emails and be ready to renew on April the 1st. Also in your packet, you have information regarding IRC members. Your current IRC member terms expire June the 30th of this year. So you have the option to you can keep the same IRC members, or you all can send in information and names to appoint other persons to the IRC. In your packet, there are the requirements that this board has set, the requirements that the board has set for the IRC members, and also I also listed the IRC members in your packet so you'll know who your current members are. So at the next board meeting, we will be needing to vote on new IRC members or whether you want to keep the same members. For anyone that you want to nominate for the IRC, if you all would just reach out to me by email so we can go ahead and start getting them vetted to see if they are, of course, qualified to serve on the IRC. And then we reach out to them also to ask them if they would like to serve on the IRC.
Question on that. Is there any current IRC members that have expressed coming off?
No.
Okay.
Also, I was asked to reach out to Piedmont Technical College to request a conversation or a discussion, more like a work session with the board, so the board can kind of get an update on things and how it works as far as education is concerned. For the licensees, as we all know, that Piedmont Technical College is the only mortuary college in the state of South Carolina. So they are willing to come out and have a conversation with the board members just to kind of give an update and give clarity on the what they offer as far as degrees versus their diploma certificates or things like that. So what I plan on doing is trying to send out some dates to see what's a better date for everyone. Hopeful that we can do that on a board, on a day that we're already meeting for the board. So just wanted to let you know that. And then your financial report, the board's current balance as of January 31st, 2026 is a negative $296,751.82. That balance will change this year, or hopefully won't be in a negative after we finish with our renewals on this year. And that completes my report.
Morning, everybody. I did two statistical reports for y'all, kind of summarized 2025 for inspections, and then started off the 2026 report. The total inspections up until the end of 2025, since the last meeting, was 73, and the total for the year of 2025 was 566. And then the total inspections up until February 6th, 2026 was 140 from our last meeting. And I apologize, there is a typo. The total inspections for the year of 2026, January 1st through February 6th, 2026, is 67. I did want to provide the board a quick update on the inspection forms that the board approved at the previous meeting. I have met with the IT team, and they are working with our outside vendor to get those forms updated. I was told that by the time we meet next, those forms will be up and operational. Thank you.
Okay, I ran a total for the 2025 cases before I give the actual stats for this year. We had a total of 109 cases between January 1 of 2025 and December 31st of 2025. Currently, we have received, and that is for informational purposes only. Currently, we have received 7 cases from January 1. Active investigations is 2, and 2 is closed. That is also for informational purposes only. We are asking for your review and approval of the IRC report.
We will save we will save the approval of the report, and we'll disapprove all of them at one time. Bill.
The ODC report is for statistical purposes only. This is as of February 10, 2026. We currently have 21 files open. Since our last board date, we closed 1 file, and that was that board meeting in December of 2025. And I think that it might have closed just because of the way the orders come in at the very beginning of this year. But we've closed one file total since the December board meeting, with this being our first meeting since then. As I mentioned, it's just for statistical purposes only.
Okay. We will be happy to receive a motion on the IRC report, to approve the IRC report. Don't all my board members talk at one time now?
Yes, Ms. Renee presented it to us. She didn't give us the numbers, but it looks like it's a recommendation for 2 letters of caution, 1 formal complaint, and 7 dismissals appears to be the recommendation.
Question in regards to the apparent violation of the Practice Act. That's something, of course, that's all here, but can you give us a little bit more on case number 2025-7?
That is the formal request complaint, or formal complaint request. Sorry, I apologize for the way I said that. And because it, normally we just put formal complaint, but obviously when it gets presented to you during a hearing, it's going to be for a violation of y'all's Practice Act. I don't know if I can really get into any more details since you'll be hearing that case at some point, if y'all approve that as a formal complaint. And so,
Make a motion to approve the report.
I second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we approve the IRC report. Are there any other questions? Any further questions? All of those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposers have the same option. Report is approved.
And those who are here for the application hearing for T.S. Lewis and Family Funeral Home, go ahead and come up to the table that Mr. Nay and Ms. April are vacating. Yes, sir, that one.
This hearing is called to order. This is the matter of T.J. Lewis and Family Funeral Home. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the new facility with Frank Williams III as manager of record. Does any board member have a reason to recuse him or herself from this matter? Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the Vice President. Is there anyone speaking on behalf of the funeral home?
That'd be me.
And your name, please.
My name is Frank Edward Williams III.
And your relationship to this matter?
I would be the owner, sir.
Is there anyone else that's going to speak for the funeral home, even as witnesses?
My wife here, Courtney Williams, and my mother, Tom Lewis Williams. They have my permission to speak.
They have your permission? Okay. You gonna give Mama permission to speak? Oh. It is good to see all of you. Madam Court Reporter, would you please swear in the witnesses?
Would each raise your right hand for me, please? I'll swear you in. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Please make, Ms. Mickens, please make certain that the court reporter and the T.J. Lewis and Family Funeral Home have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Yes, sir, they have their packets.
What questions does staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Vice President, staff doesn't have any questions. Staff just needs a board's disposition on this application.
Mr. Williams, are you represented by counsel?
No, I'm just representing myself.
You understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, I do.
And you are electing to waive that right and represent yourself instead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you waiving your 30-day notice requirement in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please tell us why you're here before the board today.
Well, we are here to basically get permission to build T.J. Lewis and Family Funeral Home. Quick backstory. Lewis Funeral Home was my mother's father's funeral home years ago. I want to say it was built in 1962. When my mother was about 14 years old, her father passed away. Hold on. He passed away from a stroke in 1994 when my grandmother passed away. Shortly after, they had to close down Lewis Funeral Home, and that was in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Some people are familiar with my family in Sumter, South Carolina, having Williams Funeral Home, but my mother's father had Lewis Funeral Home as well in Rock Hill, South Carolina, and it had always been a dream to reestablish Lewis Funeral Home. So now, some 32 years later, able and capable of reestablishing the funeral home and naming it after my grandfather. That's why it's T.J. Lewis Funeral Home in Rock Hill. So that's what we.
Would you like any of your witnesses to speak at this point?
I don't think they want to, even though I gave them permission.
All right. Please answer any questions that any board member may have.
Well, Mr. Williams, first of all, you better rephrase that and say, the wife let me speak today. But congratulations. But you say y'all are in the process of building the funeral home, so you've not even have a facility established at this point?
No, we are not currently in the process of actually building. We have not breaking ground. The land had been purchased. We got approved. The zoning has been approved, but we have not broken ground on the funeral home yet. So we have not completed. We wanted to make sure that we came before the board did so. So no, we haven't. We're not. Have not been a brick laid at all.
Williams, in regards to the, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the name selection, that was the name of your late grandfather, Mr. T.J. Williams, is that correct?
Yes, his name was Thomas James Lewis.
But you said the funeral home closed at what year in Rock Hill?
about 90, late 94, 95. And it was Lewis Funeral Home, but I believe that name is taken now, so.
Another piece of information, I hope you know how blessed you are to have your mother as a resource there. She was the president of this board when I came on. I learned a lot under her. So you better give her permission to speak.
Mr. Williams, are you currently working anywhere now?
No, I'm unemployed. No, I'm playing. Yes, I actually, I'm self-employed. You know, this is gonna sound funny, but I'm a comedian. I'm a comic, and I try doing shows, but the plan is to pull back from that and dedicate myself to the funeral service.
Do you know when you'll break ground?
We have not settled on a date for breaking ground. Actually, the contractors, we're all making sure we had seen you first. You know, I don't want to rock the boat when it comes to you guys. I heard that, you know, that's not a good idea.
Mr. Williams, how long have you been licensed?
I have been licensed in the state of South Carolina since 2013.
Last time you practiced funeral service?
She said anytime she calls me. Yeah, it's probably been, maybe I've gone down to Sumter, what was it, a few weeks ago? Yeah, because.
To work together in terms of that.
I'm sorry.
You go right here.
Mr. Williams, I'm sorry. My name's Brandy Duncan. I'm advice counsel to the board, so I'm not a board member. But just to give the board members a sense of the timing, if you were approved today, do you have a rough idea of how long it might take to build the facility that you're looking at to the point where you could do your final inspection with LLR and be approved to open?
From what I was told from the contractors, it would be inside of 3 months. Yeah, from between breaking ground and finalizing.
Chair, if I may, I'd like to make a motion, we go into executive session to seek legal advice, please.
It's been moved by Brother Taylor and second by Brother Watson that we move into executive session. We go into executive session to accept legal advice. All of those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers?
Vice President, I make a motion to come out of executive session.
So move.
It has been moved and I think properly seconded that we come out of executive session. All of those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option. No motions or decisions were made while we were in executive session. Is there a motion to the disposition of this application?
I make a motion that our decision be read by this council.
I second.
Mr. Dickerson, my understanding of your motion is that you would ask to carry this application over to a future meeting date, hopefully the very next meeting of the funeral board, but a future meeting date, due to concerns about the proposed name for this funeral home, including the name of someone that is not licensed in South Carolina, which is prohibited by South Carolina Code 40-19-30 subsection B. Further, that it's my understanding that this board does not see any other concerns or questions with the application before it beyond the name, and so the board would be just asking for the name issue to be take this matter up at the next meeting.
Motion stated correctly.
Sir?
I second.
It has been moved by Mr. Dickerson and seconded by Brother Watson. You've heard the motion. Are there any questions or discussion from the board members? Okay. All of those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers? The decision that we announced today expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this case. Counsel for the board will prepare a document which more fully expresses our conclusions in the appropriate language and format which the board has traditionally used. The final written decision must be approved by and signed by the board president and will be signed by the board president. Thank you so very much for your time.
You had a question?
Are you saying that because the facility was named now that he's deceased? Licensed person?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are going to use the name of a person, it's my understanding that the board's interpretation is that if you're going to use the name of a person, that it must be the name of a person who is licensed.
Okay, so we'll just have to change the name. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding, sir.
Okay.
Yes, we're
ma'am.
going to try to put you on
Yes,
the very
ma'am.
next board
And
meeting.
we'll try to put you on the next board meeting.
Mr. Vice President, would it be possible to take a 5-minute comfort break?
It will be possible to take a 10-minute comfort break.
Thank you.
All right.
Those who are here for the Davenport additional facility, would y'all like to come up?
This meeting is recalled to order. Now, this hearing is called to order. This is a matter of the Davenport Seneca. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the additional facility with Terry G. Woodall. Terry G. Woodall the second as proposed manager. Does any board member have a reason to recuse him or herself from this matter? Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the Vice President. Is there anyone speaking on behalf of the facility? Would you give the record and your relationship to this matter?
Mr. Woodall, could you pull the microphone very close to your mouth? Unless the red light lights up, we're not really able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Terry. My name's Terry Woodall III. I'm manager at Davenport Funeral Home.
Will there be anyone else speaking?
My brother Zach Woodall.
Zach, would you give your full name for the record, please?
Zachary Wayne Woodall,
And your relationship to this matter?
owner and licensed funeral director at Davenport Funeral Home.
Thank you. Madam Court Reporter, would you please send the witnesses?
You would each raise your right hands for me, please. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you both.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes, sir, it is.
Ms. Mickens, please make certain that the court reporter and the Davenport have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board's package and marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Sir, they have their packets.
What questions does staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Vice President, staff doesn't have any questions. Staff just needs a board disposition on this application.
Mr. Woodall, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
You do understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are electing to waive that right and represent yourself instead? Please tell us why you're before the board today.
So we are here to request a additional facility permit. We purchased a building in Seneca to serve as an event space for families we serve and the community in general.
Please answer any questions that the board may have.
So it's not even a funeral home, it's just an event center?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Mr. Woodall, would you be using this event space as a chapel or?
Do host memorial services, visitations maybe.
Permission to speak here. We would like to use this facility as a memorial service for visitations at night with nobody present, wakes, celebrations of life, repasses, anything the public would like to use.
From what I see, you mark it as a branch location. Am I correct? All right. Now, I see the Davenport, then I see Davenport Funeral Home. That's the difference. You can't be the Davenport and Davenport Funeral Home. Out of the board at two different facilities, two different businesses, because the makes a big difference on everything. Either be Davenport or the Davenport. You can't be both. That's kind of confusing to the board from what I've seen in my application. Davenport or the Davenport. The whole business. Is it Davenport Funeral Home or the Davenport Funeral Home? That makes a difference.
It's Davenport Funeral Home.
The Davenport makes a total different facility altogether.
Other words, Mr. Vice President. Madam-
Go right ahead.
So you own Davenport Funeral Home,
Yes, sir.
and then you're trying to get a branch?
Correct.
Okay. What's the purpose of the two names?
For the public, most of the public probably wouldn't want to use a funeral home as an event space. The Davenport sounds a little better.
So the Davenport, this facility that you're going to use it for other things, family? Purpose, or is it only for the purpose,
Multi-purpose.
multi-purpose? So
Yes.
a wedding receptions?
Anything the public would like. Yes, yes, sir.
Vice President. Mr. Woodall, will you be meeting with families and making arrangements in this facility? There's no embalming room planned? No casket room selection of any type, or urns? My question would be, you're proposing this as an event center, is it necessary for you to get a permit for a funeral home?
That's the main reason why we're here.
But you're not, it's technically not a funeral home. You're not using it for a funeral home.
No, sir. The only thing funeral related would be a memorial service, I would think.
Right.
So you wouldn't bring for a visitation, you would not bring a body in the casket there to that location?
No, sir.
Just cremains. Cremains.
Even as I'm just getting understanding, if it's just a facility for that, and it's not, you're not meeting families that have a casket room or a chapel to represent as a funeral home, is really
Not a
not
branch.
need to come for this board, because it's a facility just using just for an event space. An event space you use for anything you want to use. You can rent it for families that want to use a funeral there. You can do a funeral there, or a wedding there, whatever. That's fine. But unless you're having a casket room there and a chapel there, meeting families there, no need for us to give a permit on this here at all, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, that's where I was going. He could actually, even though it's an event center, I mean, you could take a casket there and have a visitation, because, I mean, we take them to, far as to fellowship halls at churches or in churches or anything like that. So, I mean, you don't need it. It's, the way it stands here, you're not doing it anything for a funeral home. You just kind of want to tie it to the funeral home, I think, is what it.
Yes,
but
sir.
you could just list it as an event center and call it the Davenport Event Center, but
An
don't
event center,
attach it to
anything.
the funeral home.
Correct.
What's your reason behind wanting to associate it with the funeral home? Is there a reason?
Thought we needed to.
Brother President, you know what I'm saying?
Before we perhaps go into an executive session or anything, I had a follow-up question about the name issue. My understanding is the name The Davenport is sort of a DBA, or like a doing business as, that falls under the Davenport Funeral Home. Is my understanding correct? Okay, thank you.
I guess before we go, go further, quick question, I'm trying to the connection between the two. Trying to think, like, are there any kind of light? Insurance has got them connected together in any way? Are they, it's almost like another company, so to speak? Separation from a business standpoint.
Our real estate holding company purchased the property, and our accountant has told us that they want everything run under the same books.
At Davenport Funeral Home, is there a chapel?
Yes, sir.
Is there an embalming room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a casket selection room? That's at Davenport Funeral Home.
Correct.
But there's not going to be any of those particular items.
No, sir.
You will not meet families at the Davenport.
No, sir.
You will not make arrangements at the Davenport. We're just trying to get down to the nitty-gritty here.
Right.
There will not be caskets at the Davenport for sale.
No, sir.
Would y'all be advertising being able, would you be advertising the space as essentially being able to be a chapel for funeral services or memorials?
Yes, ma'am.
That may be where
Just
they
for
would
the,
need licensure.
just for the purpose of memorial services.
Mr. President, I will make a motion, we go into executive session for seek legal advice. I would like to have Ms. Mickens retained in our session, please.
A second.
And move to second that we go into executive session and have Ms. Mickens to remain in the session. Is there a motion to come out of, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Vice President. I'd like a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Option. There were no votes taken during the executive session. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this application? Oh, excuse me. Are there any, excuse me, before I accept that, are there any further questions from any board member?
Yeah, this is an event center, but you're advertising it through the funeral home, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So, price list,
Just
be on your price list as,
memorial service / celebration of life, if they choose. That would be the only two items added to the GPO.
what about catering and things like that? Would that,
Just an event space. The
just an event space?
caterers would handle that themselves. They're welcome to choose whoever they like.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from any board member? Is there a motion as to the disposition of this application?
Vice Chairman, I'd like to make the motion, ask our legal counsel to read that, please.
Mr. Taylor, my understanding is that you would like to move to carry over this application so that some issues with regard to the name for this location could be addressed, specifically that there are concerns about separating Davenport Funeral Home with the name The Davenport for this event space versus, say, having a name like Davenport Chapel or Davenport Seneca or something like that. Do I understand your motion correctly, sir?
Yes, ma'am. My concern from the application was for a branch location, and then we talked about an event center, but you also testified that you would be advertising this through the funeral home and also in your GPL, so all definitions, that is a branch location. But in the past, when funeral homes have come before this board for a branch location, we've always asked them to add the chapel, Seneca Chapel, to separate the two locations. And Davenport Funeral Home has a permit and established, and adding the word "the" in front of it, I think that would be somewhat concerned correctly.
Is there a second?
I second.
It has been moved by Mr. Taylor and second by Mr. Watson. All board members have heard the motion. Are there any questions or discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option. The decision we announced today expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this case. Counsel for the board will prepare a document which more fully expresses our conclusions in the appropriate language and format which the board has traditionally used. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break. our break, take 30 minutes, 15, 30 minutes, 30 minutes for 30 minutes for lunch. Yeah, come back at 12:40.
Those who are here with Shepherd's Funeral Home, Somerville, y'all are the next hearing, if y'all want to come up.
This hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Shepherd's Funeral Home, Somerville. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the additional facility with Michaela C. Barr as proposed manager. Does any board member have any reason to recuse him or herself from this matter? Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the Vice President. Is there anyone speaking on behalf of the facility?
Yes, my name is Michaela C. Barr, owner and manager of Shepherd's.
Is there anyone else that will be speaking with you?
No, sir.
Madam Court Reporter, would you please swear in the witness?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please make certain the court reporter and Shepherd's Funeral Home, Somerville, have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packet.
What questions does staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Vice President, staff doesn't have any questions. Staff just needs a disposition regarding this application.
Ms. Barr, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
You do understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Are you electing to waive that right and represent yourself instead?
Yes, sir, I am.
Please tell us why you're here before the board today.
So I am here to get an approval for opening up an additional facility. This will be a branch basically for a chapel and a branch to meet families or to have services when needed. It's just to make things more convenient at what some families, that's all, for the Somerville location.
Does any board member have any questions of the witness?
Barr, are you building, you an existing building already there in Somerville?
It's an existing building.
And it will be just used as a branch chapel. No embalming or anything will be on the
No, sir. No, sir.
How close are you to opening?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
How close are you to opening?
If I'm approved today, I'm planning on trying to open on next week if I could. Yes, sir, that's basically about it. If I could next week to the earliest.
Or will you be selling pre-need out of this location?
I will. At this point, I'm not sure. I really not trying to sell pre-need out of this location. But maybe probably a few months down the line. Right now, I'm just trying to get my foot in the door and see how things is with my families, and we can go from there. But seems like in that region of area, pre-needs are not too important, if I can say it like that.
Shepherd's, you are the manager of record for Shepherd.
Yes, sir.
Or I see the actual location is going to be 104 Trop.
Yes, sir.
That will be the new location, correct?
That would just be the additional location. That's the new one that's in the packet. Yes, sir. That's just a branch in the chapel. The official location of the funeral home is in Scranton, South Carolina, which is, I want to say Scranton, South Carolina, about an hour and 10. Yeah, so that's,
So your original funeral home that you own now is in Scranton.
yes, sir.
You plan on being the manager of both,
Yes, sir, I am.
75 miles?
Yes, sir.
Miles it is from Lake.
From Summersville to Lake City, yes, sir. Well, Summersville my address is almost at 75. It's a little bit below. Just depends on which route you take. But I know just from my house. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's 74.7 miles, according to MapQuest.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
For clarity of the record, 74.7 miles from her home to where the Somerville branch would be.
President, if I'm in order, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to seek legal advice and have Mickens stay a part of the session, please.
Second motion.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we go into executive session and that Ms. Mickens remain for this executive session. All of those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option. Will everyone please be excused while the boards There were no votes taken during executive session. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this application?
Mr. Vice President, I make a motion that we accept this application and approve it pending inspection.
Second that motion.
It has been moved by Mr. Watson and seconded by, yeah. Sorry about that, Lee. It's been moved by Mr. Watson and seconded by Mr. Calcutt that this application be approved pending final inspection. Are there any discussion, any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option. And so it is ordered. The decision that we announced today, oh, I don't have to go through that. Thank you. We wish you the best.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
Kimberly Brown, your hearing is next.
This hearing is called to order. This is I apologize, Ms. Brown. But this hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Kimberly J. Brown. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will approve the application of Kimberly J. Brown for licensure as a funeral director by examination. Ms. Brown, I noticed that your name is spelled just a little bit differently. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Okay. Does any board member have any reason to recuse him or herself from this matter? Okay. Everyone is reminding that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks will be directed toward the Vice President. Ms. Brown, do you have any witnesses that you wish to call, that you intend to call on your behalf? Okay. At this time, Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the applicant.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. If you'll pull that microphone just so the whole thing will move closer to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown, would you please give your full name for the record and your relationship to this matter?
Kimberly J. Brown, applicant.
Ms. Micken, is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes, sir, it is.
Ms. Mickens, please make certain that the court reporter and Ms. Brown has a copy of the application hearing materials included in the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packets.
What questions does staff have concerning this application packet?
Mr. Vice President, Ms. Brown completed her apprenticeship on October the 1st of 2018, but did not pass her exam until November 25th of 2025. And due to going over the 5 years between her apprenticeship completion date and her passage date, her application needs review by the board under under the South Carolina Regulation 57-6. Point 1, subsection 8, to determine whether she must complete all, part, or no additional parts of her apprenticeship requirements.
Okay. Ms. Brown, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Okay. You do understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes, sir.
You're electing to waive that right and represent yourself?
Yes, sir.
It is my understanding that you received less than 30 days' notice of the hearing, but that you are willing to waive the 30-day notice requirement and proceed with the hearing today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you ready to show the board why this application should be approved despite the issues raised by staff?
Sir?
Please, please go ahead.
I am, I guess, begging, asking, pleading that the board approve or accept the apprenticeship that was already completed. As you can see in the packet, it has taken me a number of tries to pass the test. It's a little difficult, but I passed it finally. And so I'm asking for approval so that I can move on to the legal portion of this process and finally the process.
Are there any questions of any board member? You may.
Ms. Brown, are you currently working in the funeral industry?
Right now, no, sir.
When's the last time that you've worked in the funeral business?
2 years.
Since you completed your apprenticeship in 2018, how long did you say you've worked in the funeral business since then till today?
Oh, I worked in the funeral industry until, what is this, till 23. So from 2018 up until 23, I was working.
35 hours a week?
Yes, sir.
The last 2 years, you have not been employed at all in the funeral business? Okay. Ms. Brown, do you feel like that since it's been since 2018 and you worked in the funeral business up to 2023, do you feel confident that you've been involved in the funeral business, that you understand the rules and regulations and laws of the funeral industry to be licensed?
I do. It's a family business, so yes, sir.
There's no other questions. I'm going to like to ask Vice President if we could go into executive session to seek legal advice.
Before we accept that motion, are there questions from any other board member?
Brown, in your application here, preceptor listed was Upstate Family Funeral Services. Is that the family business you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Your application, you're a resident of North Augusta?
I've since divorced.
There's a second to the motion.
Second.
It has been moved by Mr. Watson and second by Mr. Calcutt that we go into executive session. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers, Opposers have the same option. It is so ordered. We're back in open session. No decisions or motions were made. No motions were made during executive session. Is there a motion concerning the disposition of this application?
Mr. Vice President, can I ask a question, just to follow up a little bit on one
You
of my
may.
questions? Brown, I asked you earlier, if you were still working in the funeral industry now at this time. Are you planning, if you get approved and you get your license, are you planning on going back into the funeral industry? Is it North Augusta, or are you going back upstate where you were as far as previous funeral home, or what are your intentions?
Work in North Augusta.
Jim, I'd like to make a motion. We approve this application pending her taking the state law exam.
Second. It has been moved and properly seconded that we approve your application, Ms. Brown, pending your taking the state laws exam. All in favor? Let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option. Ms. Brown, your application has been approved pending you're taking the state laws. Staff will be in touch with you concerning your next steps.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Renee Jones, you're next.
Hello.
This hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Renee A. Jones. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if the board will require Renee A. Jones to restart her apprenticeship from the beginning, require Ms. Jones to repeat parts, but not all of her apprenticeship, or require Ms. Jones to extend her apprenticeship and complete any requirements that are new or in addition to what was required at the time Ms. Jones's apprenticeship previously ended. Does any board member have a reason to recuse himself or herself from this matter? Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the Vice President. Ms. Jones, do you have any witnesses you intend to call on your behalf?
I do not.
Okay. Please full name for the record and your relationship to this matter.
Renee Andrea Jones, and my relationship is self.
Madam Court Reporter, please swear in the applicant.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Mickens, is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes, sir, it is.
Ms. Mickens, please make certain the court reporter and Ms. Jones has a copy of the application hearing material included in the board's packet to be marked as State's Exhibit 1.
They have their packets.
What questions does staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Vice President, Ms. Jones originally served a 2-year apprenticeship with an expiration date of August the 9th, 2019. According to our records here at LLR, that apprenticeship was not completed due to no quarterly reports being filed and no completion for apprenticeship form being filed. Ms. Jones has never extended her apprenticeship before, with the break from August the 9th, 2009 through now. However, Ms. Jones' application for apprentice extension needs to be evaluated by the board under the Regulation 57-6 to determine whether she will be required to complete all of her apprenticeship period from the beginning, with the understanding that she has already used 2 of her 5 total years toward her apprenticeship allowed under 4019-240 subsection B and Regulation 57-6, 1 subsection 7.
Ms. Jones, are you represented by counsel?
I'm not.
Okay. You understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter?
I do.
You are electing to waive that right and represent yourself instead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You do understand that you have a right to a 30-day notice to appear before the board. Do you wish to waive the 30-day notice requirement and proceed with the hearing on your request today?
Yes.
Are you ready to show the board why this application should be approved despite the issues raised by staff?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You may make your presentation.
I am coming before the board for an extension or to start my apprenticeship over. Life happened. I had a child, and the wages from the funeral home that I was doing my apprenticeship under did not satisfy my living expenses. So I will find a full-time job that would benefit me and my children. But I've remained in funeral service through the course of this whole, from then to now. But now I'm at the funeral home full time now, so would like to start my apprenticeship to complete my apprenticeship. Sorry, and go for my funeral director's license.
Does any board member have any questions?
So you just stated that you had been active in the funeral service until then, and be more specific as to what that means. What do you do?
So I just opt into being part-time with a full-time job. So I just never left funeral service. I just kind of just dropped out of just being full-time and getting a full-time job.
What did you do in your part-time role in the
Office administration and work funerals or whatever I need to do.
Ms. Jones, how much apprenticeship did you complete, and more than that, report to?
I didn't do the full 18 months, but I did at least 9 months out of that. But I didn't turn in any paperwork or anything, so that was my bad on my end.
Other than signing up for an apprenticeship in August the 9th of 2017, you never submitted any?
No, I didn't.
Did you do any work that could be credited towards your apprenticeship during that time? You just reported it?
Yeah, I did do work, but I don't remember the case's name, and I'm no longer with that firm anymore.
What do you mean you did work? What specifically that would be credited towards your apprenticeship?
I was in the arrangement room, meeting with families, working funerals, just pretty much a part of the planning of the requirements under my supervisor. But I don't remember the cases, the families that were served during that time, so.
That's more like an administrative role again?
Yeah, pretty much.
Didn't report that on the form?
Well, there was a reason. So I did leave that firm because of conflict. So when I resigned from the firm, I just didn't look back. So that's kind of, I just left that behind and forgot about it, to be honest.
Jones, if the board allows you to go forth with an apprenticeship, it's very important to turn in your cases. I mean, that's very on a timely basis. So if the board allows you to do an apprenticeship or do an extension, that's vitally important that you turn in your apprentice forms on time. That's very important. Right?
I want to piggyback off of Mr. Dickerson. The firm that you are working at now, will you be able to complete the requirements of an apprenticeship?
Yes, I'm completely full-time.
Turn in your reports this time.
I promise.
And again, the work that you're doing now is more administrative work, is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
what I'm doing currently, yes. Mhm.
Have you been to mortuary school?
I have not. It's a community college.
Worked part-time, now full-time in funeral service, and being administrative, no back room bombings taking place, and none of the.
No, not in the
Operation.
embalming, but mostly in the conference room with the family. Just sitting in. I didn't so much did the arrangements myself, but I was in the room present.
Preparation of the individuals, like you've done the physical,
Not prep
hands-on.
work, but like maybe makeup or things like that, but no dressing or casketing or anything like that.
Be clear, Ms. Jones, you were filing as an apprentice funeral director, not an apprentice embalmer. Is that correct?
Correct.
According to your application before requesting an extension,
I originally submitted an application to just start over, but I was advised that I couldn't do that, and I only could do an extension. I originally submitted apprenticeship just to start over, but I was advised that I had to get an extension since I went over 5 years or something like that.
Advised by who?
When I called here, the person, it was the secretary I spoke to over the phone. It could be an email, but how I ended up with the extension. So that's how I ended up with the extension application. I originally filed for just to start it over.
Ms. Mickens, I can't recall. I know there's a fee difference. Do you recall what the difference is between initial apprentice application fee and apprentice extension? Or get up real quick. Thank you. Can I ask 2 questions really quick while she's looking that up? Ms. Jones, I'm advice counsel to the board. I just want to make sure you do understand that if the board were to approve your application today, for example, if they were to approve it and say you needed to do your entire apprenticeship over again since you didn't have any reported activity up till now, state law only allows you to be an apprentice for a total of 5 years, and you would be considered to have already used 2 of those 5 years. So you would only have 3 years left to finish your apprenticeship. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
And do you understand that if you do not report your activity each quarter within 30 days of when that quarter ends, then you cannot be given credit for those activities?
I understand.
And do you understand that for each month within that quarter, you would have to have activity, meaning you would have to have at least one family that you provided services for?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
And then apprentice application for just funeral director or embalming is $65. And the dual apprenticeship is, and the renewal, I'm sorry, is $130.
Okay.
Ms. Jones, are you planning on going to school once you complete your apprenticeship?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm
Are you-
almost,
are you-
actually, I'm currently in school, but I don't attend a mortuary school. I'm at Hines Community College where I'm taking classes online.
You plan on going to a mortuary school?
Yes, yes, hopefully Piedmont, but definitely want to finish up my associate's degree in business right now at Hines, but eventually go to Piedmont.
As our legal advice said, you've already used 2 years, 5-year apprenticeship in your eventually, so how long do you think before you can even get to be?
Honestly, by the end of this year, I should be receiving my graduation letter in May.
Community college?
John, just for clarification, your original apprenticeship application, and I'm on our packet, but supervising licensee, Mr. Singleton, checked that you were a dual funeral director and embalmer, is that correct?
That shouldn't be correct, but it's only for, I think he may have confused that because that's what he are. But I'm just going for my funeral directors, not embalmers. Just
I'm not stepping in front of anyone. I'd like to make a motion.
It's been Taylor, seconded by Mr. Watson, that we go into executive session to receive legal advice. All of those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposers have the same option. It is ordered.
Get that motion?
It's been moved by Mr. Watson, seconded by Mr. Calcutt, that we come out of executive session. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Opposers have the same option. Ayes have it. No votes were taken during executive session. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this application?
Mr. Vice President and Ms. Jones, I'll make a recommendation that she would be able, have to complete a full 2 years of apprenticeship because of the records. There is no records, even though she served 1 year, there is no records or indication of evidence to give you an extension. So I would say that she needs to use, and just because you get an extension because you've already used and you have 3 years to get this this apprentice served within the 3 years. If not, you'll become over your 5-year time of getting it renewed again.
So, the motion, if I'm hearing correctly, the motion is that this applicant must serve a full 2-year apprenticeship, and that does not negate the 5 years that in which she has to complete. So that gives her 3 more years in which to complete. Is that the? Now, may I have a second?
That's the motion.
It has been moved by Mr. Watson, second by Mr. Taylor. You all have heard the motion. Are there any questions, any discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposers have the same option. Decision that we announced expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this case. Counsel for the board will prepare a document which more fully expresses our conclusions in the appropriate language and format in which the board has traditionally used. A final written decision must be approved by and signed by the board president and will be the final order in this matter. If you wish to appeal that order, you must appeal to the administrative law court within 30 days of receipt of the order. This concludes this hearing.
I do have a question, just to be clear. So I'm starting the apprenticeship completely over, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
As far as the requirements, but remember, because you already essentially used 2 years, you only have 3 years total time to get it done.
Okay.
So with 2 of those being required years, 50 cases, that sort of thing. Okay?
Understand.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brethren, let us have a 5-minute comfort break, and then from there, we'll come back and finish. This meeting is now called back to order. For this portion of the agenda, I turn this over to our board attorney.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So at one of our, it might have been our very last meeting, or maybe one a little earlier than that, Mr. Hawkins asked us to go back and check and see were there things that had perhaps been discussed at meetings where we never really came back and finally resolved it. In doing that review, we did come across two issues, both related to apprentices, that have sort of come up for discussion at least once, if not repeatedly. And so that's why this discussion item is on here. The first one is with regard to apprentices. The question had come up probably about a year ago or so about when an apprentice meets with a family for making funeral service arrangements, can the apprentice alone be the one to sign the contract for funeral services? We've researched it. We think the long story short is no, that contract must be signed by a licensed funeral director. Now, if that funeral home wants to also have the apprentice sign too as part of their training, that's fine, but that it must be signed by the funeral director. And so what we were thinking is that we would just kind of create a very short and sweet FAQ that basically says, no, has to be signed by a funeral director, and here's the citations to the statutes and regs that tell us that that's the answer. So that's that one. Are there any questions about that topic? Okay. The other one that came up, and y'all saw it through the hearings that we had this afternoon, is we have had a number of people who have come before this board either because they did not get licensed within 5 years of completing their apprenticeship, so truly completing it, doing their 2 years, doing their number of required cases, and whatnot, but just not passing that exam within 5 years or not getting their application into us within 5 years. As well as people who maybe started their apprenticeship, didn't quite finish it within a 5-year period of time, but who are coming back some years later wanting to extend their apprenticeship, start it over again, that sort of thing. And so one of the things that Madeline and I had been talking about is, well, what has been done in the past, right? And so I was researching for something else, an order I was writing several months ago. I can't even remember how many ago. And as part of that research started coming along votes in meeting minutes for this board where the board had voted and sort of put some guidelines in place. And so in your packet, you have an attorney-client privileged communication where basically I set out what all those past votes were for you of the board, tried to put them in some sort of an order based on sort of these two different situations. Our suggestion to the board was to either just basically say, yeah, we like these past votes and we're just going to keep doing that, which would result in us having hearings similar to the two that we had this afternoon. Or if you would prefer, we could essentially set up policy documents that say if somebody's, for example, using the not being licensed within 5 years of completing apprenticeship, that if somebody is over the 5 years, but say under X amount of years, maybe y'all want to say under 7 years, then the default is going to be that they have to do a 1 year of apprenticeship and 25 cases. Again, and those cut lines could be set where, however this board deems appropriate. If you wanted to have a generalized, sort of like a grid, basically, where we can just look and say, well, this is the timeline. Staff could look and say, this is the timeline we're looking at, and so this is what the board has deemed is going to be required based on that timeline for everybody. And then those people would not have to come before the board for a hearing each and every time. The staff would just apply the grid. And we weren't sure which approach this board preferred. If you prefer having the hearings and sort of being able to have those individualized conversations with each applicant and evaluating each case on its own, or if you preferred to have more of a structured grid-like approach to it.
My initial feeling would be each case by case and continue with what we're doing. So so the board would have the authority to make an at-need decision there versus locking into the grid, because every case that comes before us is different. And that's, line on Food Line says that's my 2 cents on the matter.
Does anybody else have any thoughts on it? Because I know there's a lot, there's that whole memo, the attorney-client privilege memo in there. So there's a lot of information in there. None of that is locked down sort of stuff. I just wanted to make sure y'all had the appropriate statutes and regs in front of you to look at when thinking about this and having this larger discussion about what y'all would like to do as a board.
This would be for funeral directors and embalmers, right?
Yes, sir. And I mean, unless the board wanted to do something different, if you wanted to say, well, this is what the policy is going to be for funeral directors, this is what the policy is going to be for embalmers, you can split it up into the different disciplines. Or you could just say, as Mr. Taylor was saying, that, look, every case is individualized and we want to see all of them. We want to talk it through all of them. We want to understand what happened in their specific case.
I don't know if this is the right wording, but you're referring to a grid, the law in the 5 years that's in statute, that's the grid to go by. And if that's not it, then we have the authority to show grace or judgment. I think we would be locking ourselves in to every case if we tried to follow. And I looked over this last night, but in these cases you've cited here, there's different scenarios. Some of them I were familiar, but a lot of them I wasn't. They're older, but every different, even in the reading of them. So that's.
Yes, sir. That's true. Does anybody feel very differently from Mr. Taylor? Okay. Hearing nothing, it sounds like the desire is you'd prefer to keep hearing each one so that you can do that independent or that individualized evaluation. Okay. All right.
I think that in all sincerity, though, it is always good to look back. It's always good to look back to look at the foundation upon which our decisions are built. So in some way, I would love to keep this, either have it in a written form or whatever, so that we can refer back to it at all times for when we run into situations that the board has made a decision on, and we can see exactly what they did as opposed to what our cases would in this particular case.
You're referring to keeping the Appendix A and Appendix B from the memo?
Yes.
Available? Okay, we can do that.
Are we allowed to print these when we get back?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We don't want to, attorney-client privilege relations.
Yeah, the Appendix A and the Appendix B is just a compilation of the past votes that are in meeting minutes for this board. And so what I can do is sort of separate them from the attorney-client privilege part of this, and I can actually upload it right into the board folder as those two appendixes so that we've got that record of those past votes easily accessible, by this topic. Yes, sir. All right. That's all I had for that one, sir.
I ask a quick question about that. Number one,
Oh, yes, sir.
Context of which that came up.
Yes, so for those online, the question was about the first topic that I mentioned about apprentices with, about whether apprentices could sign contracts for planning of funeral services. That came up as a question, I think, for a future meeting topic or future meeting discussion from Mr. Land Price, who used to be on the board. And it, frankly, it just never, I don't think it really ever got scheduled after he had asked that it be put on. But we went and kind of did the research. And so I just, when we were coming up with this list, I went and pulled that research and said, well, here's the answer that I had found. And so we were just thinking of doing a short FAQ. That way it's answered for everybody.
The reason I asked that because it wasn't something that come up as a burning discussion topic that somebody came in here. A question that we came up on our own. Whether
It was brought up, yeah. I remember that meeting.
I just wondered. Necessary because it's not really a burning topic issue. System when really nobody even asked that question. I asked the question, well, I would expect that.
And I don't know where the genesis of that was for him. So I'm not sure if as a board member, people had come to him with that question or if it was just sort of one that occurred to him. I'm just not sure.
I'm just throwing out the question, what's the utility of an
I feel a lot of FAQs can be eliminated. In the past, we had a lot of executive sessions during this time here. We talking about ourselves, but our colleagues and the public didn't know what was going on. So that's why you get a lot of questions to the office because they say, well, we don't know this, we don't know that. We talk about it, it's behind closed doors. So now it's being out there for everybody to see what you're talking about. So that's kind of lesson on your FAQs a lot because they know what we're talking about and what they could have a question about it. We talk about it, question answered. So not being in executive session on a consistent basis helps a whole lot for FAQs as well.
Ms. Medley, is this one that y'all get a lot of questions about or?
I can't recall that we get many questions about that, honestly, and I haven't heard anything since that was February of 2025 where that discussion came up, so.
I always thought FAQ, purpose of that was like to keep them from having to answer the same question called every week, and not to answer every hypothetical that we might run into.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. It's supposed to be frequently asked questions. So yeah.
Ms. Brandy, is there something out there, which I do, my apprentice, when they sign on a contract, it's somewhere under me, I'll always put /me.
Yes.
As far as that. But is there anything out there in writing for those funeral director embalmers that are supervising to know that, to make sure that they signed that contract and not just that apprentice?
I'm not sure.
I think that, Mr. Watson, I think that that's the reason behind this is the short answer to your question is no. The long answer is that I think that that would be the reason, number one, for this discussion. Number two, I support the FAQ in that being a supervising funeral director, I wasn't sure about the answer to that question. I mean, I could give you from experience, but I wasn't sure from the board standpoint or from legal standpoint. And I'm sure that no contract that's come before this board, that question on a contract has not come before this board. But in order to prevent that, I think that it takes up an inch on the website for a question. Can an apprentice sign a contract alone? No.
I mean, I always just looked at it as my butt's on the line to start with because he's serving or she's serving me. So I always made sure that it was /Barry. That gave them records of dealing with that family, but it also showed it out. I didn't know if there was just, I mean, just like, I just know that I'm going to do that, but the average funeral rate out there, you know, if there weren't something when, okay, you realize that apprentice can't sign. Never seen anything, so that's why I was overlooked. Everybody understands that.
Hawkins, for clarification, if the question, this was kind of brought up in the last board meeting, if an apprentice meets with a family and the preceptor of record is not present, but another licensed director is in the building or assisting with that family, is it legal for them to sign?
You remember that, isn't that what Mark Smith talked about when he talked to us? And, you know, that's what they wanted to get done because if you're a licensed funeral director and embalmer, Brandon, as I understand it, I would say if I weren't able to be there, then you should be able to monitor him and make sure he or she did it. And then, you know, but in the end, sign off that report, then it's going to come back to me because I am the sole supervisor of that apprentice, you know. So, but nothing's been put into writing to say that, correct?
Issued a statement last board meeting that has been put.
I'm not sure if the FAQ coming out of that's been put up on the website yet, but
It hasn't.
We have been working on the language for that. And yeah, I will say, I personally, this is just me. This is not me speaking as a lawyer or as advice counsel of this board, but if me as a licensee, if I was a licensee and a preceptor for somebody and I was going to transfer that supervision over to another South Carolina licensee for a period of time. So for example, if Mr. Dickerson was my apprentice and I was going to go on vacation next week and I wanted Mr. Taylor to supervise him during that week when I was on vacation, I'd be inclined to send both of you an email that says, Mr. Taylor, I'm giving you permission to supervise Mr. Dickerson for the week that I am on vacation from this date to this date. That way there's a clear record of when I've delegated that to you. But I'd also be telling my apprentice right from the beginning, unless you get a communication like that from me, nobody else is allowed to supervise you, you know, and you could do it more less informal ways. So like if you have a day when you're sick, for example, yeah, maybe you could do it through a text message or whatnot. But I would want something in writing because it's my license on the line. That's just me. And I think that's a best practice, but you know, that's just my personal opinion. And it's because I would value my license to that level, so.
And is this too broad a scenario if you're the manager of a funeral home that has 2 or 3 multiple licensees present, could you list in some type of contract, email, operating agreement that XYZ apprentice is allowed to be supervised by anyone under?
Sure, yeah, I would
I'm
think-
asking, would that cover us if there was ever a problem?
Yeah, I would think so. I think it's what you as the preceptor are comfortable with, you know, as far as who within your organization you would feel comfortable supervising that apprentice for you and what time periods you would feel comfortable with it. So if you feel comfortable with any of the licensees that work in your funeral home supervising that apprentice at any time, I think you just communicate that to everybody, you know?
Documentation.
Yeah, yeah.
This will only be in effect once y'all get the wording and get it on about us being able to, or you can do that now.
No, I think it's, yeah, I think, yeah, it was just sort of an oral interpretation. We just wanted to summarize it in writing so it's easily accessible on the website for everybody to understand kind of what that discussion was. So yeah, so we've been working on the wording for that because we don't want the answer to be really long, but we want it to cover everything it needs to cover. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah. You don't want it to look like it was written by me. Let's put it that way.
It's an important question. I don't see the definition of frequently asked questions. I'm putting on my citizen hat and trying to
Minimize.
instead of making that list so long, everybody just.
Well, and there is, and I can't remember if Ms. Mickens has told y'all this, but there's an overarching project within LLR to sort of redo some of the web page and whatnot, and as part, to just make it more user-friendly for everybody. But as part of that project, I would assume probably every board is at some point going to kind of go in and look at things like FAQs and, you know, like, is there a way maybe to organize these that might be more user-friendly? So for example, would we want to have sort of, these are the FAQs, but here are subtopics that we see. So FAQs that are typically about apprenticeships. Maybe you could click a thing and it'll drop you right down to those. FAQs that are more public-driven FAQs, you know, like if I need to file a complaint about somebody, how do I do that? You know, so that's all stuff I would assume as we work on that webpage that we'll start looking at stuff like that and to make things a little, help people get to what they're trying to find faster.
And if I may, if I would encourage each of you to go and look at our FAQs, then, you know, you can kind of give us kind of some thoughts, some feedback on what you see as far as what's currently listed on the page. Please.
Or if there's stuff that should be there that isn't. Because we don't think of everything, you know.
Tell us how you really feel. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know the FAQs. I think the FAQs right now are mainly listed in the order of which they have come up topically, meaning, you know, this came up 4 years ago, so it's listed earlier in the FAQs than something that came up 2 years ago. Whereas I think us maybe taking that look and organizing them more topically will help people navigate to what they need faster. So if you have a question about a continuing education issue or whatever, well, maybe if we have FAQs about that, maybe here's the FAQs about CEs to go to. So
we're going through an overhaul of the website, and apprenticeship is a big part of funeral.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about doing something specific for the apprenticeship, like a page or a section specific for apprentices, because we do, I mean, there are a lot of apprentices coming in, but we are going through a whole overhaul of the website and the entire website. And I'll make that note that we're not very user-friendly, Mr. Watson. But again, please go through the website, look through the FAQs, please. It'll be, I hope so.
Is there any more on the apprentice discussion? Okay. All right. Number 14 on the agenda are elections. Basically, what has happened is that one of the board members resigned his position on the board, which left he also held an office, which left his office opened. So I am going to allow the board attorney to conduct these elections.
So the board position that was left open was the position for president. And so that is the position that we will need to fill today. Depending on how that election goes, it is possible we may have to fill the vice presidential seat or the secretary seat as well. But it will just depend on nominations and the votes. So why don't we start with the presidential position? Are there any nominations?
Question before we, this is for the unexpired term.
Yes, sir. This is for the unexpired term.
Okay.
So this would run, I believe we don't do elections again until our August meeting. Is that correct? Yeah. So this would be for the unexpired term of president, which runs through whenever our August meeting will be.
Ms. Mickens, I've been thinking about it a lot of time. You know, all of us have things that goes on in our lives. You know, some what's going on, whatever it may be. But I make recommendations that we keep the nominations as they were before this interruption, as Mr. Taylor as president, Mr. Douglas as vice president, and Mr. Cox as secretary, to finish out this complete term, and then in August, then we can make other officers at that time.
Your nomination for president at this time would be to nominate Mr. Taylor for president.
I second the nomination.
Are there, Mr. Taylor, would you be willing to accept that nomination?
Unless Mr. Hawkins feels different, I would be in support of up in my absence. I would be willing to support him unless he feels differently.
Whatever the board decides to do, you know, I'm just, I will drive, I'm going to drive the car, y'all. Y'all just tell me what road to take.
I have one item ready, so we make a decision. Not affect you down the road that all over again. You know,
A point of order here, wouldn't it be to Hawkins and then we just have a vote between the two?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And that was actually going to be my question is, Mr. Taylor, should we consider your comments to be a nomination for Mr. Hawkins? Okay. So Mr. Taylor nominates Mr. Hawkins. Are there any other nominations? Not for nomination. Okay. Although I did note Mr. Cox is second for Mr. Taylor. Okay, well, if there are no other nominations for all of those who would like to vote for Mr. Taylor to take up the remainder of the presidency for this year, please, so that I can count, raise your hand. Okay, let's see. So I see Mr. Cox, Mr. Calcutt, Mr. Watson, Mr. Edwards, and Mr. Rampey. That is, oh, and I'm sorry, and Mr. Dickerson. So that is 6. And I assume the other 3 would vote for Mr. Hawkins? No, I would abstain. Oh, Mr. Hawkins would abstain. Okay, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Backman would vote for Mr. Hawkins. So, Mr. Taylor, welcome back to your presidency, sir. Yes, sir. He did not vacate his vice presidency, so he'll still be your vice president, and Mr. Cox will still be secretary. So, all right, we're good.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Taylor, you want to take? Agenda topics for any future meetings. Are there any agenda topics that need to come before the board for future discussions? Hearing none, we're open for public comment. Are there any members of the public that wishes to address the board? You know what I was asking for.
second.
My brothers, we are adjourned.
Who seconded that?
Mr. Dickerson.